So, jumping into tonight's session, we're going to go ahead and take a step back from the current events and hop back to the weeks leading up before you went to the Realm of Dread. And we'll start with Cayenne. Cayenne, this is one of those days when you are finding yourself in the marketplace. And you're kind of dragged out of the house because someone wanted to spend time with you. And lo and behold, it's your mother that wanted to spend time with you in the local market.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
And the first thing you notice that's interesting about your mother is that she's a very stern walker. She doesn't move for anybody. And you are constantly getting people that are looking over their shoulder or glaring at her because she's constantly just walking through them, shoulder checking, pushing them out of the way, not really just like on a straight path.
She's obviously been out of the game for a while.
And you guys find yourselves at one of the and you find yourself at one of the local stalls that's been set up by one of the traveling merchants, and she's looking through essentially what are like winter shawls and summer shawls and things like that. And she seems very quiet, like she wants to say something and talk about something, but she's not sure how to approach that with you. She hasn't said a lot during this trip out and about with you.
Is she looking at something right now?
Yeah, she's looking at one of the shawls and examining the thread work on it and the detail.
Find every find anything you like?
She looks over. It's not for me. It's for you.
Thank you.
And she walks
Well,
over and puts the shawl around your shoulders, and it has a tiny little. It's kind of like a grayish black with a wool, like a hardy wool trim to it, and there's woven strings that come off of it that have beads that catch the light, almost like icicles, essentially.
hmm.
And she adjusts it on you and taking that, like, kind of telling you, moving you a little bit to stand a certain way. And
I'll just let her manhandle me. I mean, she is a lot bigger than me, so that's
yeah,
not very hard.
she looks at you and she raises your chin a little bit and she's like, Cayenne, daughter,
Yes.
you do know that I'm proud of you, right?
Know that you have your own way of showing that you're proud of me, and I've been given visions stating that you and father were proud of me from the other side before y'all were back. You don't ever have to tell me you're proud of me. Your actions tell me that silently, and it means a lot.
You and your sister are the best parts of your father and I, and none of the worst parts. You're better than what we could ever accomplish to be.
I I appreciate the sentiment, but what me and Osling do, we don't strive to be better than you and Father. We strive to help make the world a better place and to make sure everyone is taken care of, but we'll never strive to be better than you and Father. That's not us. We're still amazed at the things that we find out that you and Dad and Jewel and fucking good lord, remembering all the parents' names. But just everything the Obscura did. It's still amazing to hear what y'all did for everybody. Yes, you had your shortcomings, everyone does. Part of what makes us sentient beings. We make mistakes and then we learn from them and we do our best to right that.
Yeah,
I will say there were some things that y'all did that were really fucking stupid. Really fucking stupid. Respectfully, really fucking stupid.
and as you guys are speaking back and forth, she fastens the shawl with a brooch that's being sold as well, and she looks at you and she's like, "And you're going to do equally stupid things, and your children are going to look at you and say the exact same words."
I know. At This is par of the course. I know this. And I am fine with this. I make peace with this knowledge.
The fact that you don't strive to be better than us makes you better than us. You're finding your own path and your own faults. And we're not going to hold your hand and pick you up when it happens. That's a lesson for you to learn.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, I will say this, if you were to call on me or my sister for help, if y'all genuinely needed help, we will always be there. No matter what we're doing.
Your sister scares most people.
It kind of comes with her territory. There are things that she can do that terrify me. I've seen her place. It is not for the faint of heart, to say the least. But
She
it
looks at
is
you.
it is beautiful in its own way, honestly. From a druid standpoint, it is beautiful in its own way. It's haunting is the best way I can describe.
It's hard for me to adapt to modern druids. It's a lot less primal, a lot more sophisticated.
In cities, it has to be. It depends on where you travel to, because I've seen some druid circles that are much more primal. In larger cities where there's more diversity between different species and different walks of life, there has to be some structure to make sure chaos doesn't happen. So there's peace between all walks of people.
Yeah, and it's taken me a long time, even in death, to understand that the way I went around being a druid was not right. Sorry that you have to pick up that mess.
It's it's okay. I mean, I I was I was shown how your behavior was course corrected by Dad.
Yep.
That is a very vivid vision I will never forget. And how me and Osling were born, that too. When I saw that vision, I was at a complete loss for words. Because where we grew up as kids, I didn't really learn how to be a centaur at all. Like, I kind of had to just figure things out on my own. I knew nothing of customs. I did not know how to function aside from what my upper torso thought or told me to do.
Well, and now look at you. You walk on 2 feet, and well, we love you no matter what. You're beautiful.
It's an adjustment period, to say the least. I'm used to it. At least had fracturing another joint on a tail, or breaking a toe, or cracking a rib, or you know, my fat ass blocking vision, can't see anyone that's remotely close to my kneecaps.
Did you know that your father was thrown by a giant through a mountain once?
What?
She pays for the shawl.
I think Cayenne's mouth is a little open and her head is tilted, like trying to do the math on this to figure out how and what kind of force, what kind of giant, when and how and why.
It was one of the larger giant clans that we needed passage through you know, their hills, and we didn't have, well, the speakers of the group with us. So your father said, I'll do diplomacy.
Oh.
And, well, he's not exactly good at opening his mouth and words coming out.
Um, that's a given.
One thing led to another. The giant got angry, picked him up, and launched him across the chasm through a mountain. Things went a little sideways. We spent the entire afternoon dealing with the giants, and it finally got resolved, and bread was broken between your father and the chief of the giants, and drinks were shared, and new memories were forged.
Happy ending. Good lord.
She she motions a little bit, and she's like, "Let's get lunch." And you have acquired that very unique shawl that just keeps you nice and warm in the shoulders.
I'm gonna be petting it and playing with the beads.
Is the um the actual like the oh my god, words, holy crap, I think I need
Brooch.
caffeine. The brooch is a actual like death moth. The body itself is what is the pin part.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. I have a feeling I know where you got inspiration for that.
Maybe.
Not gonna lie, even though it took forever to get that cardigan, I do recommend ordering from them because whoever they get that made with is expert quality fabric.
It looks
Like,
pretty.
it's like so expertly crafted. Like, even when it was like in the 30s, I was still warm.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Scabbard, you're having
Mm,
a very rare day. You you actually get to spend time with Kippa within a city, but you are surrounded by guards and various other people that accompany her on this travel. But you do get to spend the day with her as you walk through the farmland, and quite a few people are head turning and head tilting as this high noble is in their farmland, going door to door, and she has people along with her, and she's providing them with something you haven't ever seen happen. She's actually going door to door, and she's giving them enough flour to get them through for a little while, some seasonings and such like that. And she's doing this for every farm, making giving them a personal gift essentially.
Okay. Okay. Kind of smart. Really smart. So
And
go ahead and just pay close attention to whatever she's doing and the reactions of the farmers. But I'm not
a
gonna
lot of the
disturb her.
farmers are rather like what? They're kind of confused by this because of her status. They look out the door, they see the royal guards, they see the people that are helping her, they see you, and then they see her, and she's not dressed low key at all. You can see she's got the layers on, and you can see the armor under it, that she's very well protected. And a lot of them are very confused by this.
Sure, why not? Let's go ahead and take some time each time we stop at a farmer's location. Just give them little blessings and give them the protections of Albert, and hopefully they have great harvests and no difficult times in the future.
Roll religion for me.
Absolutely. Ooh, 11. Not too bad, but not good either.
It'll do. And this human opens the door and he looks over and he looks at all the guard and he's like, if that bar fight was legitimate, there's no reason for people to call the royal guard on me. And then
Mm.
he looks around, then he looks down and he sees Kippa and she's just like, not here about a bar fight. And this dude has like a massive like shiner going on it with swelling and everything. And she takes the essentially the gift basket, she hands it over to him and she's like, we're giving back to the farmers since you support us so much through the winter and other hard times. There's no fee attached to this gift that you are receiving. And he looks at the basket. And it's kind of like a wooden crate. It's got flour in there, some fruits and vegetables, some seeds bags as well that were curated by Cayenne of what would be the best seeds to leading into the next season that's coming up. And he looks at the basket and just kind of perplexed, and he's like, "Really? Fucking noble comes down from their high castle and comes among the commoners and gives them food to help them get through the season." And he's like, "Well, gods do have a sense of humor."
Try and stay out of trouble. Farmers no good
He
when they're all hurt or
he's
locked
like,
up.
"The fight was fair. Fucker goosed my wife.
Hmm.
And Kippa just kind of looks over. She crosses her arms a little bit and she's like, well, if it happens again, break his hand. And she heads off to the next house. And the guy just stands there looking out the door like, what?
Look, we tend to take care of those who take care of us, and you've done good work. If you end up having to have some trouble with that, whoever it was again, just don't kill him. But, we might turn a blind eye if you rough him up a bit.
The farmer closes his door looking very confused at this, like, oh, fuck just happened? And as you're walking, Kippa looks over at you and she's like, so, you're prepared to serve Victor for 2 months?
Terrified, yes, but as ready as I'll ever be, I suppose. I have no idea what to expect. But as far as I'm aware, this deal was made in good faith within the Golden City, so he's
The Golden
unable
City
to.
of the Gods, yes. The city where the gods roam freely and they deal with their business. Read about it. It's interesting. Apparently, there's a. Even in the Golden City, they need servants, and they actually invite mortals to that city for service instead of their usual trials and tribulations beyond death. Eh,
I wouldn't be surprised if Fought is one of them. I'm sure you've already read the reports that we listed, but he's been around a lot longer than probably some of the people that are in the city. Probably longer than the city itself.
I have read the reports regarding Fought, and they're interesting, but I refuse to disturb him or ask more of him than what is needed.
Understandable and agreeable. He's been
He
through much.
deserves a happy life, not a life adventuring.
Right. I think he likes his lot where he is right now. He seems to enjoy it. His service in the here in the city and with Casil as more or less the go-to priest is seems to be some form of happiness for him. And I think that's good for him, so long as he stays happy.
He enjoys his life of servitude and piety and refuses any sort of luxury. And it's something that is hard to accept, but I have accepted it and I understand his terms, and
Oh,
it's
believe me,
interesting.
it is very interesting. It's odd. We tried making a bed for him. I still don't know if he uses it. Not that it would matter. Apparently he levitates when he sleeps.
That wasn't in any reports.
Yeah, he also speaks in tongues. Various different forms of languages of all types. He's an interesting one. He's actually the one that introduced me to, well, the Temple of the Gods. The one place they can't go. And the one place that, well, a lot of people don't know about anymore. I aim to fix that. I would like for you to see it someday, but I don't know if it's something you would want to do. Considering how much knowledge is there, it is a place that is sacred, and I know how you are when it comes to the gods. It is also a very weird place, because it is involve both the divine and the profane. It can be tricky navigating those halls.
I don't have time to travel right now. I'm dealing with a full-scale war. My hands are a little full.
You think I don't know that? We very rarely ever have these times to talk anymore. But it is nice every chance that we get.
It's difficult,
Yes, it is.
but it's a thread through to the end.
To think this all started off, myself as a orphan and you as a trader within a shop in the magical city. Turns out that we were both destined for something greater, it seems. Doesn't
Yeah,
feel deserved,
yeah.
though. I understand the whole thing behind it and how everything fell into place, but I don't know. I'm still coming to terms with it. Accepting it, yes, but still feels odd.
She nods about this and she's like, "Ah, well, we will see where it takes us in the end. Right
Oh,
now, we have about 20 more farms to visit, so
remind me to introduce you to someone interesting later tonight. But until then, let's continue our work.
she nods and heads on. And moving over to you, Nikolai.
Okay.
You're spending your day with probably one of the least unexpected people. You're getting to spend your day with F. Curie.
No. Okay.
And what would you be doing?
Well, first thing he would want to do is kind of like try to assess her mental state because when first met, she was kind of very like timid and like scared and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to make sure that she seems to be more altogether, more okay.
Go ahead and do a perception.
Okay. That's a one. We'll see how that went.
Oh, I love ones.
Let's see. Just
You go to find F. Curie, and you are excited to, getting to hang out with her. And you quickly go over, and you go across this long table that she's at with various documents and such on the table. And you kind of don't pay attention, and you knock over ink all over journal entries that she's currently doing.
crap.
And she instantly bursts into tears.
I get to work immediately and fixing that using prestidigitation if I can. It's okay. It's okay. I can clean this up. Just work on that until it's done. Try to calm her down. To try to explain to her how it works.
Um, she's sitting there panicking, and then you suddenly feel like year, just all the way down to the bone. And you turn your head and you look to the direction that you came from, and slowly rising up, you can see the top part of Sally as she's looking across the table at you. And she lets out a growl.
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's kind of like begging for forgiveness as I fix it.
This reminds me of when Cayenne said, "Go bury yourself." And as you use precipitation and various other methods to revert the damage done, you can see that you kind of get a look at the actual documents that she was doing, the journal entries, and you can see rough sketches of each of the party members and notes regarding them, as she was basically making profiles on each of you.
You draw pictures too, huh?
She just simply nods, and
Uh, uh, wait.
as a few tears just run down her cheeks.
I'm sorry. We'll get it cleaned up. It's okay. And once it's cleaned up, I'll try to distract her by showing some of the drawings that aren't terrible, like as far as like terrible content, scary content that I've created over the times, and give her the stories behind them.
How distracted is she as a bird with this? Oh, she's very distracted now. It's like a little child that just suddenly discovered what a rattler is.
And I'll let her keep them so that she can use the stories that are written down in her for what she's doing as well. It's like you can have them. Please take them. You're more of a documentary than a documenter than I am. I kind of just draw these pictures as I see something interesting and give a little rough note. But you seem to be doing more than I am. I'll bring them to you as I go on my travels.
Do a perception, Nikolai. It's not a one again.
It's 13.
You can see that she's working on some sort of book, and something that's keeping her busy that is book related. And she looks over and she simply just says, "Thank you."
You're welcome. So I wanted to share some of my stories um, about my experience with your dad and the things that I remember him doing for us when we were younger. Just tell her some of those stories, kind of leading to the point where um, that he didn't leave her without good purpose and intent. Try to reassure that her dad was a great person, and he would be very proud of her, of what she's accomplished at this point.
She makes notes. She writes this out in detail, and you can see that she's basically one to one, almost like a um, tape recorder, writing this down on documents. Even your like pauses and skips, she's putting notations in there for pauses.
Dang.
Uh,
Just share. Just wanted to share those stories with her. Give her more information about her dad that probably hasn't gotten yet. Hmm.
She looks at the note, the stories that you've given her, and
Reminds me as I am talking about Prior Bell or Correct Yes. It's like there's one other person that I missed from those times. Um, and I pull out what I thought was what I think was the core of Old Medrum, and tell her the stories about him and the fine piece of ingot that I had purchased as a entombment thing that I just hadn't gotten around to entombing yet. I haven't figured out the best way to do this. You got any practices of lost loved ones that you want to share? Maybe we can get those closures together.
she pulls out a what out. She gets in her book bag and she pulls out something that almost looks like a small leather-bound journal that has just been stuffed under a pillow, in a mattress, in a bag. It has seen so much travel. It's even been patched up around the edges because of how old it is. And she opens it and she looks through it a little bit, examining the notes, and she continues on through it, very focused on trying to find something. And then she finds the entry that she's looking for, and she looks at what you've given her. And she looks over at you, and important to others too.
Yeah, I mean we all spent time with old Medrum when we were young. He was very cryptic in anything he spoke about, and but even though I'm sure there's been plenty of wisdom behind some of his words and we don't know what they are because of the crypticness, every time I've spent time with him I felt wiser for it. How? Why? Don't know. And I think I can speak for my siblings that we have some of the same feelings.
So each of you, as you're going about your day to day, a noble messenger shows up with you and presents you a scroll. So Cayenne, you receive one. Scabbard, you receive one, and you receive one as well, Mongo. And it's a summons from F. Curie.
Oh crap! What I do now?
Hmm. Hmm. Suppose just go ahead and head on over.
I'll accept the summons. I'll let my
It's
mom know that I've got to go.
it seems
Briefly.
seems that I'm being pulled away, Kippa. We'll talk to you later, hopefully. And Normally that's the other way around.
She kind of raises an eyebrow, like, okay. And it's an interesting thing to be summoned by one of the least expected people to summon you. And you can see the rest. Your mom is there too, and she holds up the scroll, and she's like, "Apparently, I ain't safe either." And you see Holvar. He holds up the summons too, and he's like, "Hmm." All the current parents that are alive are all there too.
Okay.
Shit. What I do?
Holvar looks over at you, Mongo, and he's like, "All right, what the fucking hell did the cats do? Did you make the little one cry? Because I will crush your fucking skull." Before you guys left. Before. You see Effie, she kind of digs around a bit, and she's looking for something in her bag, and she takes something out. Uh, Mongo, you could do an Arcana, because you instantly just kind of feel your fur stand up a little bit.
Dang.
The wiggly sense is tingling.
The return of the laser beam.
I like that better.
It's not bad.
That's high for
You turn
Arcana
around, you turn around, you look over at what F. Curie has, and it's kind of making like your magic Arcana senses go off, and it's an instrument you've never seen before. It almost looks like a wand, but it's got a bunch of different gems in it. And she holds it up, and she kind of just motions a little bit, and she tucks the core from old Medrum under her arm, and she heads for the front door and walks out, almost following wherever this is pointing to.
Huh.
And the parents just kind of look at each other and are like, and they motion and they follow her out the door.
Follow along.
Yep.
Hi, cheese. If you're gonna come up here, come up here. And you guys are just basically going from one side of the city to the other side of the city, back and forth, following along with F. Carrie as she's looking for something. And she finally comes to a spot that's right in the middle of one of the most important four-way crossings in the marketplace, and she takes the core and sets it down and looks at it, and
Just
she looks around at everybody and she's like, "Funeral."
okay. Um, I I I present again the fine ingot that I provided that I had gotten to bury Medrum with.
She
Do we
shoves it
use
back
this too?
towards you. Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Words.
Words. Okay. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess since I spoke of Medrum first, I'll start with some words. Um, well, old friend Medrum, This is long overdue. Um, but I want to thank you for what wisdom you've given that I've been able to understand and potentially just earn from osmosis, being with you in the times when I was younger. Um, and I hope that I'll be able to benefit from your wisdom. So, again, thank you, old Midra.
And she takes your little hand and puts it on the actual core, and you can see it kind of like move a little bit when you do that.
Great. D&D version of Ouija board.
And Maggie goes over and looks over at the core, and he's like, "Okay, I don't mean to be rude, but what are we doing?"
Like she said, funeral for old Midra.
He looks over at his wife, and he's like, "Who?"
He was a friend that we knew as a child.
All right, all right. Since we've all been summoned here for a funeral, uh, okay. And Joel comes over. I think what did you know that their father's worst subject matter is funerals? Yeah, always had a lost word at a funeral. Anyway, not sure why we are present, but I'm sure this was a good fellow, and I hope they find peace wherever they go. Is that right? Yes, yes, that's right.
I've I've had some time to think since we last were able to do a memoriam for old Meadrum, and I want to let him know thank you. Um, while it might sound silly, um, he's why I've been able to help save people. My glaive that I wield is partly his doing, so I have him to thank for that. He's given me the ability to do good, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you, old Meatram.
My God, fuck, I forgot what Nikolai's mom's name is. I just had it and it went bye bye and
Anika,
Nika. Nika. Nika is how I spelled it.
yeah. She goes over and she's like, "Wow, that's a name I have not heard in a while."
You know Midram?
He worked with your father and he worked with us. He was a member of the Obscura, but not part of the core group. kind of like an off and again, off and on member.
Oh.
The nature of Midram was a free spirit, not to be confined to the realities of an adventuring group.
Oh.
That
Huh.
sounds like Plume Tree. Kind of.
So, seeing that Midram is now gone, uh, thank the gods that he decided on a shorter name because it was getting a little out of hand at some points in our adventuring times with him. Whenever he came across a name that he found fascinating, he would attach it to his actual name.
Oh, no.
That's funny.
No. That would be like if I named myself after every plant and every creature I've ever seen. Oh no, no, no.
She just kind of laughs a little bit and she's like, we all find our death in the end, but some a lot more graceful than others.
So both Meadrum and Crier Bell made their way to try to find us?
I suppose. Hmm.
The only thing I got perfectly clear, though cryptic, from Meadrum before is he said that I will find my parents someday. And I have you, Mom.
And Holvar just kind of looks over and he's just kind of like, yeah, but the only person that can actually get away with deconstructing Nikolai's father's constructions was old Midram.
What? Explain this, Holvar?
So this is both the player and this is Cayenne laughing. Because the sheer fact that someone can get away with that is hilarious.
Holvar's like, it brings up some interesting things about Izzy Obscura. The one time that we made an audit, no, well, I was involved, but Midram and Rurik decided one day to automate through various methods uh, a suit of armor that found him on a certain noble. Ah, that was in an interesting time. And Cayenne, your mom looks over and she's like, "Oh, are you really, really bringing that up?" So he gets like, just glares in the general direction of this, and he's like, I was stuck in that suit of armor for an entire week and I couldn't control my own actions. Whatever any of you fucking Obscura members said I had to do because the armor obeyed your commands but not mine.
That's funny. Sounds like something your son would get into there.
Okay, that is that's unfortunate. A little funny, but unfortunate.
Sega just looks like he's just livid about that memory, like an entire week. And he looks over and he's like, and you with those, you didn't do a damn fucking thing about it. You just cackled like the rest of them.
To be fair, I would have laughed too. Jeez, betrayal from his own son.
Honestly, I think everybody would laugh at one of us if that happened to us.
Yes, absolutely. Heck, we cackle at each other if we get turned a completely different color or if we're made to look really frilly or lacy
Joel looks over and
Or glittery.
or
Death glare over
glittery,
at Death glare over at Mongo.
shiny, made to glimmer.
Joel looks over and she's like, "Well, that's actually kind of funny that you brings that up because I was really drunk one time and I accidentally casted a spell and all of our blood came out like rainbows for like 2 days. A little disconcerting, functional but disconcerting."
Okay, for 2 days you were bleeding. Like, what did you guys get into? Because like when we get hurt, we kind of like deal with it within a few hours, kind of thing. We're not bleeding for 2 days.
Well, Nikolai's, once you're in a continuous fight that lasts for more than 2 days, you kind of just, oh, it's a scratch, it's a minor cut, I'm just going to let that go. You don't really tend to the small wounds. It's, oh, look, Hovar's missing an arm, let's reattach. That's kind of more priority.
Ah, okay, makes sense.
Very valid point.
Yeah.
But to be fair, we're all a bunch of assholes to each other, and it seems like the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree.
You're probably not wrong.
Jewel looks over at you. Scabbard, don't you have anything nice to say about the dead robot? As the artificers call him.
I will go ahead and reach out to take the core and Medrum was a interesting and unique free spirit. I didn't know him as well as Nikolai did, but he treated us like family. His mind may not have been all there, and he may have only known a couple of small phrases here and there at the time we met him, but he still left a big impact on all of us. After learning what happened to him, I wish we had got a chance to get to know him much better. Rest easy, old friend, wherever you may be.
F. Curie takes the core from you and hands it to Mongo.
What wisdom did you get from him?
Nika comes over and takes it, and she looks at it, and she's like, Not all of us got to grow old and die happy. Hell, I don't think any of the old Obscura got that chance, really. At least he was able to find some sort of thread and start to make things right. I don't know if we're supposed to be here at friends' funerals. It doesn't feel right to me. And she hands the core back to F. Carey. And you guys look over as the various other members of the Obscura, they pay their respects to Old Meadrum. Others quieter than others, possibly not saying it out loud what they want to say. And Ithos is the last one to take the core, and she looks at it, and she's just. And Seagate looks over at her, and she has probably it's probably the most jarring to each of you. She looks at the core in her paw, and she examines it, and she's like, "I've got nothing. Just rest easy." And she hands it back to F. Carey. And F. Carey rolls the core around a little bit, and you kind of see it almost bloom like a mechanical flower. And you can see something glowing inside of it. And that something just bolts off into the sky, and the petals of this flower just fall apart, landing all around her hands on the ground. Mongo, you can do an Arcana.
Uh,
You can try and do an Arcana there too, Nikolai. Scabbard, you can do a Religion.
Alrighty then.
Wow. Uh, Mary, you can do a Religion as well.
Let's go.
22 for Nikolai.
I got a 6.
Nat 20.
You've never seen anything like this, Cayenne, this mechanical flower type of scenario. It's new and weird to you. Uh, Nikolai and Mongo, you guys have the biggest understanding of what happened. More so, Nikolai, as he is an artificer. What you get, Mongo, is a pure piece of wild magic has left the core that was dormant in it. What you assume is possibly whatever the resemblance of a soul for these creatures is, has finally left to rest. Nikolai, what you get is that while you understand it is wild magic, the soul of Old Meadrum has returned back to the ley lines where it came from. It has departed from this realm of existence back to where it was born from.
Did any of does Nikolai know any of that lore?
Not much.
Okay.
Scabbard, you kind of feel that Old Meadrum was present there the entire time at this. Happy to see his old friends come together, new friends come together, and to see him sent back home.
I will share this information.
Well, go for it.
I believe he heard every last thing that we had to say. His spirit was with us, and I no longer feel it. It's gone. I think he may finally be at peace. But I can guarantee you, most certainly has heard everything.
Hmm. Well,
Alvar's like, well, you know what we got to do tonight, right? Time to get shit faced. And he comes over, puts his arms around your shoulder, Cayenne. He's like, come on. Time to drink up, daughter.
Okay. Cayenne's just not gonna fight it. Okay,
This is
bye.
Bye bye.
today happens to be one of the incredibly rare days that where Kippa and I have some time off. Let's see if we can't include her in this somehow. Is
The tavern is alive with the spirit and joy of that you guys spent with Midram. And music is being played, and things are just being shared about like tiny little memories that people have of Midram. And the night carries on. The next morning, Mongo, you wake up and you're laying on top of the counter in the house, and you move your foot and you push off a glass, and you hear it hit the floor, and some liquid spill out of it, and the room spins before you even open your eyes. And as you bring your hand up, you smack yourself in the face with a sandwich. Uh, Perception.
nice.
You open your eyes, and the light steams briefly. And you look at the sandwich, and it's essentially a two pieces of like croissant bread with apple butter and marshmallow fluff between it. And then you take a bite of it, and there's like cookie crumble inside, made from brown sugar, almost like coffee cake crumble. And uh, Cayenne was smart enough to quickly replace people's glasses with wooden ones as the night went on, as drunk as she was getting, knowing that this was going to be the outcome once again. But you do spot one thing that is peculiar, Mongo. There is a cup embedded in the wall.
Uh,
Sally Height. And then you look at the wall a little bit more, and you can see various holes in the wall where other cups were shoved into the wall, and you kind of are like, oh, it's probably Holvar and Sally having a game.
Upstarts.
You do see the rough like carvings with a knife into the wall of a circle. But as you start to sober up, Mongo, you get to spend the day with Coin. She looks over at. Go for it. She's like, that's normal. Also, I tried to talk to you out of it. Why did you just challenge Sally and Holvar to a drinking contest last night? Wise. Even your dad said no. I said no's. Your dad said no. No. I don't. You drank a lot, and at one point, this is going to sound really strange, probably a little horrifying. Oh, it gets better. You were on the table, and you're like, I'm the cake now. And Sally proceeded to pick you up, tilt you upside down, and, well, whatever came out, she drank. Don't ever say you're the king again around Sally. Keg. Like a keg of beer. Um, she goes over and it's like a pony keg of dwarven ale, and she nudges it over. You drank all of this. You have your parents' genes. Uh, so let's go get food and figure out how much alcohol you shouldn't be drinking. She takes a bite of it. Oh, oh, that's good. So the keys is you has to get super drunks to produce a good sandwich. Huh. She fishes around her pockets and she takes something out and hands it over to you. It's a deck of cards. Uh, they're punchline cards. She takes the box from you and she draws a card. And she looks at it and let me find something real quick. I'm just pulling up a random thing here. Doesn't have to be any good. I'm basically giving you ammunition, Tom. Oh God, what are these even that I'm looking at right now? Okay, that did not. Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, let's see. Let's try this one. Oh. Okay, so she holds up the card and she looks over at you and she's like, what do you call a dragon after he eats a group of adventurers? Party pooper. And you suddenly just take 4 points of damage as a ethereal fist punches you in the face. Punchline cards. Do you get it, Mongo? Punchline cards? She draws another card. What do you call a group of all rogues? No! A surprise punch, and a fist comes out of the air and punches you for 3 points of damage. She puts the cards back in and hands you the deck. A traveling salesman was selling them and a bunch of other snake oil things and such, but this was a genuine item that I thought you would be interested in. She hugs back. Shall we go see about that meal? She looks over at the wall and she's like, I don't even remember that. Yeah. Nikolai's gonna be so pissed off when he wakes up and he sees the holes in the wall.
It's even more impressive when we remember that this place is able to like repair itself. Like, how hard do you have to throw something at a wall to damage a magical barrier?
If there's 2 people within the entire group that can do that, it would be those 2. Imagine if it was a 3-way contest between Sir Mir, Holvar, and Sally. Probably not.
I don't know.
So
He's kind
Mongo,
of
you're able to
always.
head off with you're able to head off with coin and get some food and do some shopping. Oh, what is this nonsense? That's what that is. So, let's see. All right, let's go over to this one real quick. Go there. I think that's probably like the longest intro time we've ever had on the stream.
Yeah.
It's like an hour-long intro time for story stuff. But it's good story stuff. So, we're going to pick up with in the Feywilds with Cayenne and Mongo. I want you guys both to do an investigation for me.
Hey,
8. You're more so really busy with working on restoring that picture and getting it framed as a gift. Mongo, you kind of wander around the house like, well, there's nothing really for me to do while I'm stuck here in the Feywild except ponder the doom that is coming my direction for putting us here. And you wander into what you start looking around. You wander into an area and you start looking on a shelf and you look at a table and you can see that Alufa's parents chronicled things. They they were book writers and historians of sorts. Yeah, found one of your favorite things, books. Would you like to research further?
I'll look around. Yeah. Osling. Does it look like something that they would want to keep private?
No.
I don't think they would mind. I really don't think that they would mind. I'm actually working on something for Alufa and Osling.
Do an investigation, Mongo. $19. You start looking through the books and you pull one off the shelf after you had to climb up on one of the ladders. And you open the book and you start to examine it. And you look at the index and you're rather perplexed by what you find in there. This book had a clasp that kept it shut, kind of one of the more fancy ones, like it was important to keep this book closed. As you look over the index, you see that it's an index of the various mage schools. That the ones that you're very familiar with all of them. Uh, but something catches your interest on there that you didn't learn about at school at all. There you see the usual gambit of mage schools. There's you see two that are you see the necromancy and chronomancy are listed as experimental, but the two that catch your eye are the school of profane and the school of divine. This is like religious divine. You start looking through chat. Oh yeah, it's go time. You look at the index and you flip through the book and you get to the first section that you're looking for in the actual book, and it simply states that the school of the profane within the hierarchy of the mage schools, within the actual mage schools, is the study of the gods that are considered foul or evil, harnessing their abilities into the arcane nature. And you go through it a bit further and you find the next chapter, which is the divine, which is using the gods of good and channeling their abilities into the arcane. And these have never been seen in any school that you've gone to, library, nothing. There is no source of this. Like it's been removed essentially. No teachers have ever talked about it. You've never heard anybody mention it. You, you look through it a little bit and start to examine the actual documentation and you try to get an idea of what you're actually looking for, like the gods that they do mention that are divine. They do mention, for example, the goddess of the moon, the god of the sun, and then they mention some of the more profane deities for the profane branch, essentially. The one chapter actually discusses how um, something that hits you kind of in a morale point is that there is a balance between light and dark at all times, even in the schools of magic and the world. and it lists examples of there's the profane, there's the divine, there is prey, and there is predator, there is good and evil. Cayenne, you look over and you see Mongo like with his book just kind of looking a little rough around the edges and a little bit disturbed.
I'll just walk over to him and poke him. Oi, why are you not fluffy? But for real though, what's wrong?
Another one that comes to your mind with your situation, Mongo, is a profane god would be Osling and a divine god would be Cayenne.
Oh? I'll take a look at it to see if it makes any lick of sense to me.
It reads like dry academia.
Oh, So, so riveting material for manga.
It is so dry, Cayenne, it's making your mouth dry as you read it in your head.
uh, none of this makes any sense to me. I uh um it, would I know about that at all?
I don't know what you're getting at, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh no, they do not.
Okay. Yeah, no, no one here knows. Um, I think what will probably be terrifying for a lot of people would be Osling's abilities when she's angered. I just know if something were to happen to you or Scav or Nikolai while here, I can't promise that I'll have the best control of my aggression. Huh.
Oh yeah.
We've encountered a warlock before, haven't we? Isn't there a warlock in the party?
Nope.
Yeah, what's her name?
In the There isn't one in the other party?
No.
Or was Oh,
The
okay.
red team? Yeah, somebody from the red team was a warlock.
I could have sworn there was one in the red team.
I
I'll
seem to
look real
remember that.
quick. Let me
And
look real quick.
isn't Isabel? Wasn't she a warlock? Or isn't she a warlock? Or was? No, she's
Let's
a druid.
see.
The snake lady.
I'm checking. Keep going. You guys can both do an investigation.
Do 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 do. I got a 15.
You guys kind of start to look around a little bit more to try to figure out more about this new puzzle that you are working together on. And you walk across the table, Mongo, being careful of the work that Cayenne is doing to the picture. As you're looking through books, Cayenne kind of pulling down sheets and looking through them. You pause for a second, Mongo, and you look at the portrait backing up real quick, and you see that this is a very detailed and beautiful portrait of Alufa's parents that was painted. And they are wearing, noble clothing, but it's also wizard clothing. And you see each of them is wearing essentially, you mistake it as a holy symbol. Each of them is wearing a different holy symbol. And you walk over Cayenne, seeing Mongo's reaction, and that clumsiness of yours comes back as you bump the table, and you both hear almost like a click within the this giant long table.
What?
I don't know. Could be both.
Yeah, Cayenne made that very audible. What?
Tails are usually click.
It it sounded like a click.
Investigation. You can do one too, Cayenne.
Yeah. My investigation was a 7, and what what would I
You
know
could roll
about
your.
this?
You can roll your divine godliness on that one. What was your investigation, Mongo?
I
Okay.
got a 9 on deity logic.
Uh, Luckily, it doesn't have to be very high on that one. You look at it, it's not a holy symbol of any god.
Um,
Neither of them is.
those aren't holy symbols.
Hmm.
You look around a little bit, Mongo, while she's examining that, and you look under the table upside down, and you can see that a hidden compartment under the table dropped when she nudged the table. And you can see something in that hidden compartment. You can do an Arcana, Mongo. Cayenne, it's easy for you. Mongo could point it out. You're able to get under the table and reach into that compartment and pull out what is in there, and you can see that there's two things in there. They're both wrapped up in soft leather to protect them.
I am kind of scared to open this and look at it, but I'm going to carefully remove them to see what it is.
You go back over to examine it after she confirms that they're not holy symbols of any deity, and you pause for a moment. Those aren't holy symbols. Those are representations of the school of magic that they belong to. And you look at the other book where you were reading, and Alufa's mother was of the divine and her father was of the profane. A balance between both of them. And then it dawns on you one step further. Cayenne is of the divine, Lumion is of the darkness.
How much is Halufa told?
She doesn't really talk about her parents at all. The only one that she's talked to her parents about really is Osling.
Osling would be the best person to know that answer. Alufa doesn't really talk about her parents with anyone. Not even me. But I respect that because it's her choice to talk about talk about her parents with who she's comfortable talking with them about at the moment. It doesn't upset me that she hasn't told me about them, but we can always ask at some point, or we can ask Osling instead. Especially if you want to at least learn about what those symbols are, at least learn a little bit more about it.
Manga, you see the documentation that, or the wrapped items that Cayenne is holding in her hands.
These were in the compartment under the table. I haven't opened them yet.
Since you look in that direction, you're instantly flashbanged by Cayenne.
That's why Cayenne was offering them to you. She wouldn't have just been holding them in her hands in front of just her. She would have been holding them outstretched to you.
So you start
She
looking
will
at the new
she
found.
will she will place them in your hands.
Big one is a big book for you. The other one is not, like, it's more like of a pocket journal, because these are like Aloofa parent sized. These are they're like journals. One seems to be more like an actual book of some sort, and one is more of a pocket journal. You can look in, you can check and see what they are before you start reading them. Just do an investigation. You look at you open the journal, try not to pry, examining what's in it, and it's essentially a field journal and a day-to-day journal of Alufa's father discussing essentially the details of this book. Then you open the book up, and it's a manifest, essentially, a manuscript of a book that they were going to publish. but they never got to complete it. That discusses essentially looking through the first few pages, and you can see they have field notes there and additional notes that they had. Their life's work was essentially studying the what they referred to as the balance, that this balance is found everywhere, and that the scale of balance is broken. And you're realizing that this book was meant to be a warning sign to fix things as well as educate. Cayenne, if you want, you can take a peek over Mongo's shoulder and do a investigation for me.
That was the slowest roll. That was a 22.
22 at a super slow roll. You look over his shoulder and you look at it as he's kind of examining it a little bit, and you examine it a little bit, and something catches your interest within the first few pages of the actual book. And it kind of unsettles you a bit more than it should. You're getting the same information as Mungo, but you get a little bit something extra because of your divine nature. Is that they theorized that some of the core gods of emotion turned on each other, which started this fracture.
Huh. Well, that's fun.
Fun music.
I would have definitely shared that with Mongo.
You okay there, Mongo?
Well, hopefully Alufa will be here soon and we can at least show these to her and she can decide what happens to them. I would still recommend let's talk with Osling. Maybe then once Alufa reads through them first, we might find out later. And just be patient about it.
Both of you go ahead and do a wisdom for me.
Wisdom is a 26.
You really are impatient there, Mongo. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and take our break, and then we'll come back and jump to the other side of the party. Just kind of, I'm waiting for Cayenne just to glare at me. That look from her is like, Cayenne is getting to see the bigger picture, which she is not happy about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So
actually, first, go ahead, Cayenne. Hurt Tom.
Oh no. Um.
Hurt him,
So.
plenty.
Um. There's more to this book. At least more that I realize that you probably don't. Um. So remember how another deal was struck? Yeah, the terms. Well, he's been severed. He's literally
without
the
context, that's
full
funny.
he's the full embodiment, the god of dread and fear. Um, I don't know. This may have been a huge mistake.
Mongo, do a wisdom for me, since you're usually the Doom Lord over there. It's also Mongo's fault that everyone's in this situation. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna send you something. Meanwhile, Scav and Nikolai, it's your boat. You guys are in the room together and discussing that Nikolai will be leaving within the next 24 hours.
So you're looking forward to your sleep over there, buddy?
I mean, would you?
Yeah, opportunity to get more details, and as he said, you will be safe and unharmed.
To an
And
extent.
he
To an extent. Safe and unharmed, yes, but there are still dangers out there and even within the halls of this castle. things
Yeah, but they
outside
can't
of.
harm you, so
Don't know about that, Chief.
you remember what remember how he helped out in the fight? I think
Yeah,
he kept his promise, keeping us from harm. I don't think anybody got hurt at all, or if they did, very little. No one had to
Nikolai,
break out their healing potions. No one died.
brother, placing
What?
both hands on your actually just one hand on your shoulders there.
What?
You died.
Huh?
You died.
Oh, I did it. Think I would have known, like I would be dying in pain
Yeah,
and a light at
very
the end of the
much
tunnel kind of thing.
you very much died. He just prevented it from being set in stone.
Huh? When the hell did that happen?
Hey Tom, you
That
got a message.
but yeah, you can still very much be hurt here. And it's just
Well, I don't remember it, so I guess no harm, no foul. What happened? When did like I was remember some weird black ball spell, and then a few moments later we were fighting.
yeah, that thing took you out. But he did something that basically undid what it did to you.
Huh. Alrighty. So great. Now I owe him a fucking favor. What was that?
Go ahead, Tom. You hear this, Cayenne, as he's sitting there bumbling.
What are you, Mongo? What are you mumbling? Yeah.
Hey, Cayenne, do a wisdom. You could also do
Mhm.
God logic too on top of it.
My dice just fucking scared me. You said Logic on top of it?
Yeah.
Um,
Pretty good.
so do you want me to add my modifiers?
You'd roll the wisdom and the logic. 2 rolls.
Yeah, I did, but did you want me to add them together?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be 31.
Mongo, you see the gears going in Cayenne's head, and I'm gonna send you this. There you go, Cayenne. Nikolai, you're over there dealing with the fact that you died.
Yeah. Um, great. So now I owe this dreadlord a favor. Wonderful. So I have to come back here someday.
Huh.
Scav, when are you going to stop getting us in trouble?
Hey, first of all, you have gotten us into more trouble than I have.
I didn't
This
bring this dreadlord into our lives. So who's getting us in more trouble?
Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm.
The blame game. Go ahead, Cayenne.
So, from what I can gather, Victor wants Scav because he genuinely wants to learn to be better. Like, to fix his overbearing ways, actually grow up and mature.
Yes.
And Scabbard grew 12 inches that night.
You mean stretched?
No.
You you are the dreadful pleasure pouch, apparently.
So Victor has girth, huh?
You're welcome. But from what I can gather, Victor genuinely wants to strive to do better. I I'm sure he he'll he'll fix some loose ends that need some redefining. He's like all of us, he has to find the right footholds to walk on the proper path made for him. He's been thrown a lot of curveballs more so than most of us. So have to we have to at least give him a little more credit in that regard. Because how many times has he had a new hole put into his body because he is just that lucky? Just saying. He should have an ability to talk to plants based on the sheer fact of how many
Oh
have
my
been
god.
in him.
He's gotten very intimately involved with plants.
We haven't even got to the Evil Dead tree that Victor's going to introduce him to.
Scav just needs to be an honorary
No.
acorn.
No. 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 No.
Scav's an honorary acorn. He can
Don't worry, the
speak,
forest explores you.
he can speak very very broken plant.
No. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope.
So, you're summoned down to dinner, Nikolai and Scabbard,
Okay.
and you see another person sitting there, and you see that familiar mouse sitting there as well. Well, he takes his seat because he takes you downstairs, so because he's
Yeah.
just there to watch over you.
Uh, walk into the table, do the proper appropriate you know hello my lord, bow, whatever, head nod, whatever, and take the usual seat he's been sitting at.
We'll be doing the exact same.
But get your own seat, man.
Going to the seat that I was at before. You knucklehead.
So the stool underneath the table.
Right in front of Victor.
The pain and agony for Manny here. Manny, check your messages.
Yay. Where's my phone? Here it is.
Oh dear God. I swear he's
So,
playing with the potato. Ba, 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 ba.
I see. Okie doke.
All right. Victor looks over and he looks over at you, Nikolai, and he motions to the person sitting next to you that just looks, I guess grumpy is a good term. Not Jiraj level of grumpy, but grumpy nonetheless. And he motions at, looks over to you. This will be the envoy traveling with you.
Ah.
And you see a fairly young-looking gentleman who has very rough and weathered appearance, with quite a few scars around his face and neck and arms, especially what appears to be a bite of sort around the neck area. He is very short-haired, almost like clean shaven. Very pale white
Okay.
skin, almost as pale as a corpse that's been freshly drained, and just
Hmm.
these really deep yellow eyes. And he definitely looks kind of annoyed, a little bit irritated, but he does have that same aristocratic fashion that you'd see in this area within Victor's personal dark court with the mouse and the other individuals that have been going about the castle. You do
All right.
notice that he has almost like this ethereal, shadowy presence around him.
Hmm.
At his side is
Oh,
a very strange-looking hammer, with the hammerhead itself having the same canine-looking like head structure on some of the statues that were on the outside of the castle. And around his wrist is a sash that looks to be some sort of spiritual, like semblance of some kind. He
okay.
looks very, very, very oppressive and has a very aggressive presence about him. You get the very idea that, oh, this guy's a total vile bastard.
He's like, all right, step forward or step in or whatever, and offer a hand as a handshake, and introduce myself, Nikolai, and you are.
I'm gonna look down at your hand for a moment and hesitantly take it. Angelo Valentine.
Angelo. Hmm. So what are you good for? You're replacing my brother in this adventure. What can you do?
I look over to Lord Victor and see if I should explain.
Victor sits with his arms crossed and he's like, "You're at their service, so you do as they command."
Yes, my lord. I am. Well, let's see. I am what you may know as a Dread Knight, but here in this realm, I am a Darkblade Empiricist, one of Victor's many personal blades in the dark.
So you're a toe-to-toe fighter.
Somewhat.
Okay. I can already tell this is not going to be fun. Alrighty. Are you the first one into combat or the last one in combat?
It depends on what you need. As Lord Victor has said, I am at your service.
Okay. You have any particular skill sets that I need to be aware of? It's good. It's important to know what your fellow fighters are capable of doing.
I am adept in the arcane, and I'm
Okay.
pretty
Good,
handy
good.
with my weapon.
Okay, good, good. All right. All right. So you can cast some spells, but you can also swing a blade.
More of a hammer, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I am an artificer. I build machines. Uh, the metal behemoth here standing next to me, that is Ace.
And Ace just simply double flips off Angela.
Quaint.
He is a very skilled hand-to-hand combatant. Um, and well, I'll introduce you to my siblings when we get there. Since since you are meant to fill in for my brother, I would request that you spend some time speaking with my brother on some of the things that he does for the party to try to fill those shoes. Best I can say right now, he's good at taking a lot of damage.
What I
So,
understand from what I'm told, he is a paladin. I will tell
yeah.
you this. I am the opposite. I do not
Okay.
heal. It is not something I'm capable of. I
Okay.
deal in pain and death. It is my purpose.
You
So,
will be leaving tomorrow with some of my Oniseta to where you need to go. They will ensure that you get there safe and sound. However, I cannot simply just open a gate and whisk you away to where you need to go.
huh. And it's so difficult. This is just the player speaking. It's so difficult not to call Victor out on bullshit. Hey, so you're only half replacing my brother. The one that can take damage, apparently. The other half, no, he doesn't care about it. Oh boy. Well, thank you for your hospitality, my lord. Though I have to ask one thing, merely for my own purposes to try to come to grips with it, without any disrespect to yourself, my lord. I'm not very fond of your realm. I'm more interested in stuff that's less gloomy. So I never want to come here again. But I understand that I owe you a favor. So could you potentially clarify what happened in the fight and what I should expect that I shall have to do at some time in the future for you? Where are you?
Victor looks over. You owe me nothing, and it would be my pleasure if you've never come back to my realm.
Well, all right. You can take that as a win-win.
When you leave my realm tomorrow, get the fuck out and stay out.
Happy to oblige. If I may ask, my lord, what can you tell us about these Oni Seta? What do I need to know to be able to properly interact with them?
In order to take you to where you need to go. They will not take anything of yours. They will respect you as guests. Respect them equally as guests. You know how to be a noble.
Very well. Guy is not very conversational, is he? how how long should this journey take us to leave your domain?
I estimate about a day.
Okay. Are there any complications that I should prepare for that may happen?
And Victor just sits forward and looks over at you. Do you think I have no control over my realm and your safety?
Not meaning to imply, but you did say it should only take about a day. So it makes me understand that there may be a complication. So I was wondering what that complication might be.
Enjoy the peaceful ride.
Well, thank you.
Nikolai, as you're sitting there and you're pushing these questions, you look over and you see Mickey looking rather nervous, like he's almost like mentally motioning, "Fucking stop! Stop while you're fucking ahead."
I'll take the DM's grace on that one and not expect to have to roll an insight. I will quietly eat my fill of dinner and then ask for the daily.
What is Scaver doing?
Probably just staring at this new person that's supposed to be replacing him. It's like, who's this asshole?
He looks over at you, Scaver, and says, "I do everything he does, but better.
Except heal.
Smaller bullets."
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead, eat dinner, sit there, and just try and figure this person out so I can explain to Nikolai what I sense from this individual.
Nothing good.
No,
That
nothing
you're
good.
actually that you're actually quite happy for the fact is that he is been told by Victor to be under the service of the family.
But yeah, I'll use message to speak with Nikolai while eating. This guy seems like bad news, brother. Good thing he's on your side.
Do I actually get this?
Victor looks over at he lets the message go through and he looks over at you, Scabbard. If you have something to say it out loud.
All right. I want to see if I stifle a laugh. Can I fail a will?
Go for it.
Son of a bitch. I probably don't fail that will check. That was a 18.
You keep a straight face just out of the sheer spite of like I don't want to end up killed.
Probably a good idea.
It's hard to say. I don't
You cut
sense
out. You cut
anything.
out there.
Here's the thing. I'm looking over at this new guy that's there. I don't trust you, but if Lord Victor says that you are to be helping, then I have no choice. Although I am curious to know more about these people, Lord Victor. Who and what are they?
Um, so you see another person come in, and she walks along the room, and she walks behind Angelo, and she runs her hand along his shoulders. Angelo instantly recognizes this is Sasha. She's one of the wives of Victor, and if she's making her presence known, any of the wives showing up is never a good sign. And
Great.
she has long, sandy blonde hair, and her skin is like marble, and she has vibrant green eyes. And she whispers to Angelo, and she's like, "Are you going to join me tonight? Hunt down someone?" Manny, here's some info that you would know about her.
All right. Oh, fun. Okay. As entertaining as that sounds, I am unfortunately bound to this one here, as per Lord Victor's orders. And don't get me wrong, it does sound quite entertaining.
Pity. Maybe next time. And she looks over at Scavert, and she's like, and you see her set the hourglass on the table, and she's like, "I wonder how long you would last." And Victor looks over at her and just simply stands up. "Tell the rest of the wives that he is off limits." And she just kind of recoils and hisses. "What? He's so fresh. He's not from around here. Sure, his screams would be shrill and make the skin of the innocent crawl. But as you wish." And she slinks off into the shadows.
All
She seems
right.
lovely, my lord.
She kind of scary. I like her.
Diane's like, "If I was there, I'd fuck this bitch up."
Yes.
Real Housewives of Victor must be intense. So the dinner goes by without any other interruptions, and
I think it's probably a very quiet dinner.
oh, it is quiet. All you hear is the rain and thunder outside, and the next morning comes, and you're led to the front of the castle doors, and Victor stands there with Scabbard, and you're able to say your goodbyes before you depart.
Little kobold give a big old hug to the little mouse.
Yep. Do a brotherly embrace and let him know that I'll pray for you.
Stay safe, brother. Whisper in his ear. And be careful of that one.
No, duh.
He's undead.
Huh. Thought so. Great. All right. I'm popping out the reach majig and crawling in that. I will stay in here.
You look over and you see Ace, and you see him reach into his vest, and he pulls something out, and you see him have a lighter, and he just motions to the guy doing the whole eyes thing, like. And you realize he has a Molotov cocktail on ready.
All right. Hop up into the Richa Magica and then go into the cart. Sitting in a position where I can always keep an eye on this Angelo guy.
Scabbard, as you watch Nikolai go in the pouring rain, you turn around in the darkness, and there's a clash of thunder, and you see the impossibly tall, true lanky form of Victor briefly. Tall, lanky, skinny, massive, bat-like wings and vibrantly glowing red eyes. And then as the darkness comes back, he's back to his usual gentlemanly appearance. Just that brief moment you get to see the Dreadlord. Oh boy.
Fun. Mongo should have put his goggles on.
Ace with his spicy martini at the ready.
Spicy martini. Love it.
So, back to the happy fun go time land. You guys are dealing with the revelations of what's going on.
Oh. And we can trust this deal if what you say in the revelations you've come to are true. Balance must exist because if one side prevails over the other, nothing good happens.
Nope.
You know, that would be amazing, but that's thinking too smartly, so unfortunately no.
One thing you've gotten from visiting the Divine City is if gods are petty with humans, they're twice as petty with each other.
Yeah. So if if a god is petty with a human, they're much more petty with each other. From what I gather, apparently so. None taken.
You hear a noise, almost like a few like sleigh bells from the behind you on the table. And as you guys snap around to see what it is, you see your aunt sitting there on the table, and she's looking through the book, and she's like, "Oh, you didn't even send a postcard that you were visiting my realm of influence."
I'm so sorry.
Well, I guess that's egg on you. And at that point, it rains a few eggs on top of you, Mongo.
Yeah.
So, what is the conspiring going on in this lovely house?
Would it be wise to say, like,
She's probably
everything?
heard most of what's going on, and she's just kind of leading you on.
Hmm. I'll basically, I'll share, like, the deals and, like, the part with the Lady of Ravens when I went to the, Magic City. Or not Magic City, the basically City of the Gods. With the meeting and everything and explain things to her so she knows what's going on.
So, the Dreadlord,
Yep.
you're getting really cozy with, there's apparently some cosmic joke of a balance that is, according to Mungo, broken, and I'm not responsible for breaking it. That upsets me a little. Not my business. I don't care. I'm just happy to see you.
Happy to see you too. It's just, I thought I would fill you in on the details of what we're dealing with. I'm still reeling from Mongo getting us here, and I still absolutely hate how we got here.
Hmm. You know, Mongo, your entrance, a 10 out of 10. Beautiful. I love the chaos it caused. Oh, the house jesters laughed. I laughed. The nobles didn't really laugh, but oh,
Thankfully, we're still breathing. Oh, God. Sorry. Thankfully, we are still breathing and in one piece. Because that could have gone much worse.
oh, it could have been the dark and gloomy Sealy court, and they would have hung you up on the spot.
Wait, Sealy or unsealy?
Unsealy. Oh, anywho, Cayenne, he would have gotten to see what it's like to watch a living cat get skinned. Pretty sure they would have done that.
No. I will say from what I have read in some herbology books that briefly touched on regions for the unseelie court, they have some really pretty flowers.
Oh, they do. But they take the term asshole quite too literal. Oh, and stick up ass as well. Did you know In their courts, if a house jester is not funny, they're executed publicly.
So bards need to be on the top of their game to survive. Got it.
Yes.
So I have to ask you, because I'm very new to this. I don't have much information. Do you know of any deities that the Unseelie Court follow?
Oh, my counterpart, Finier. Oh, he's way too serious.
Yeah. Like, what exactly is his domain?
Seriousness, non-humor, party pooper. Tell him a joke, he's gonna keep a straight face and possibly consider executing you.
Good lord. That's a spoil sport if I've ever met one. At at least Grandpa
Yeah.
is much more of a life of a party.
Yeah. He's not rude. Finier's more of a business type of god. He doesn't really see the point in humor. But he's my opposite, so what do you expect?
So he's a god of misery. Got it. And misery loves company, apparently, and that company must be the Unseelie Court.
Yeah.
Sound
Yeah.
about right? You'll definitely have to give me a little more specifics, though.
Oh, I will. She pats you on the shoulder. She's like, I'll tell you more later in private about him.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure if you look up any bar dictionary, you'll find his name under asshole.
Hey, that would be a good question for Coin.
Hmm.
For Coin to, well, ask her if she at least knows about the Unseelie Court. Considering that straight that bachelorette party, 88 different taverns in a 24-hour period, essentially. Well, ask her to relay her answer to me, or at least uh tell her that I have a question. I'll word it in a way to where I just want a yes or no answer, and then I'll do additional research on my own. That's fine. That's fine. I Mongo, we've had in-depth talks before, me and Coin, and it's both been sober and it's both been with drink. It will be okay. I can handle it. And if it leads to a lot of drinkies, I can make sure that we're both safe. I'm I'm just going to tell you this. I promise to make sure that we're safe and make sure that she remains the same happy party girl that you love and are already married to. already deemed that. Y'all are already married. I'm deeming that.
You've just been inadvertently married by a god, so it's official.
I declare it so. You must deal with it.
And you- your aunt just kind of chuckles. I witnessed it, and as you look over, you just see streamers fall from the air as she disappears with glitter and the smell of party cake.
I swear
Damn.
that no one back home will know about what has been spoken here. I promise. But
Mongo
in
has a
my
story to tell
eyes,
his wife.
in my eyes, and Mongo,
Mongo
in
gets
my
home and says,
eyes,
"Hello,
you and
wife." Like, wait, what? Huh?
in my eyes, you and Coin are most definitely already married. There is no ceremony needed to prove that to me. That's what I was trying to get at before words were taken very literal.
Mongo, as you clean off your face, you reach into your pocket and you feel something. You take it out, and it's a certificate of marriage.
Boy, does Mongo have a story, some explaining to do.
It will be a Cayenne doing most of the explaining because this was her doing.
I can imagine it now. You getting a call over the sending stone. Why the hell do I have a certificate of marriage? What did you do?
Leave it to me because
Really.
I'm the one who's.
You gotta break a perfectly good boat.
That's where you make one that's meant to be destroyed. Because then it is a tool that has fulfilled its purpose.
Okay, that could convince Nikolai to be okay with it.
There's always loopholes. I highly doubt that this would put a damper on anything because once things are explained, she's like, she'll probably say, "Oh, that's a cute sentiment, but what the fuck?" I
You
don't think
know,
that she'll be mad. I think she'll be more so confused than anything.
what's funny is the first thing that popped in my head when you said that is the tabletop equivalent of the Bridesmaids movie.
That would be nuts.
It's a good one.
You haven't
Mhm.
seen the Bridesmaids? That's a good one.
Watch the extended. Yeah, be sure you watch the extended edition, not the theatrical. I think it's on Amazon if you want to watch it. So there's a knock on the door as your meal is delivered. It this like younger like high elf is standing there, and you can actually see he looks as presentable as possible for working in the higher up courts, but you can tell he's just trying. He's like, "I've brought your food,"
Thank you.
and he hands you the tray and bows and holds out his hand, waiting for payment.
What would I know would be an acceptable payment in the Feywild?
Some sort of personal trinket or just straight up coin, expensive coin, not cheap coin.
Let's see. Um, I'm trying to think of what I have that I could give away because I think I've has is it a new month where I'd be able to pull seeds?
No, unfortunately.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think of what I have that's not one of the focuses that I have, or the light of laughter.
Roll him a joint.
There you go.
Oh Lord. I can. I mean, I can do that.
You certainly can.
I'll I'll roll him a few fat ones.
He looks at him and he's like, he looked like he's about to eat one out of curiosity, not knowing what to do.
Don't eat it, you smoke it. It's like tobacco.
Oh.
If you want to eat it, treat it like you would rosemary or thyme when you're baking something, like a cake.
No, it's thank you, milady.
You are very welcome.
And he heads off.
And I will take the food inside.
It's nothing but salad, fruit salad from here.
Fine. It's healthy.
It's almost kind of like it's a fruit salad, and it's almost kind of like an ambrosia, but you take a bite of it, and the fruit here is surprisingly like more sweet than you're used to.
Almost like candied fruit.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
That's really good, but oh my teeth are gonna hurt later. I think I would need to be here a while to get used to this.
yeah. It's even it's like violently sweet for you, Mongo there.
You said the what? You should still have that. Mm-mm. I would definitely try some. Mm.
You certainly get to try it. Uh, for
see about
For you two that
growing.
are, go ahead.
I can see about growing some in my realm.
Yeah, for you two, you're traveling in the wagon, and Angelo, you look outside of the wagon, and I don't know how it treats you. It's the first time you've seen a sunny sky, and you don't hear the sound of rain somewhere.
Hissing.
It's the
You
first time I've seen a
Vibrant.
sunny. It's the first time I've seen a sunny sky.
Yeah, you've never seen anything like this. Vibrant, colorful sky, no clouds.
What?
Everything's not down and dour. Trees are green. Everything is vibrant.
What is that horribly drab, awful thing in the sky?
I look to the sky and to see what horrible, drab, awful thing he might be seeing.
You just see the sun and a few clouds.
Is it a dark, like storm cloud?
No, they're just like your normal white, fluffy, happy clouds.
That burning
I don't know what
light.
you're talking about.
That burning
Yeah,
light.
it's hurting
It
your eyes so
annoys
much.
me. It is nauseating.
What's the name of the sun here?
You just know it as the sun.
Oh, okay. I figured it'd have a different name. That's the sun. That's our star, our the thing that makes day and night. What's wrong with you?
Right. And I go back to reading my my grimoire.
The other thing that hits you is the smell. There's no smell of constant death here. There's strange perfume smells, and you can hear the sounds of, instead of like creatures of the night, you can hear birds and other things, and it's just alien to you.
I imagine this is probably very unsettling. Like,
Oh, yeah. How are you reacting there, Angelo?
annoyed and unable to concentrate on my book. But somehow also kind of able to read it better, maybe?
Become your holy text. The day drags on for you two traveling. Unsettling quietness as you hear occasional grunts from your comrade over there that's trying to read his book.
So what? You're not comfortable now?
It's too calm, too quiet, and far too bright.
Huh. Like, really? Do I already have to put something together for your sensitive eyes?
Ah.
Just give me like this sideways glare.
Ace flips you off again.
But the closing the book. So this realm of yours is always like this?
except when it's like storming out.
Right.
It's a regular day. Like the sun comes up and then goes down. Sometimes the moon comes out, or the moons come out. And then a few hours later, the sun comes up. Every day. Is this
This
going
will,
to be a problem?
this will take some
Do we
getting
need to be
used to.
prepared for you?
I genuinely do not know. I've never been outside of the realm of darkness.
Great. All right. So I take it we're on a basic road.
Hmm. Ace signs over to you, Nikolai.
Okay. What does he say?
How did we end up with the discount store scabbard?
I, I don't know. I don't know, buddy. Um, this is going to take some getting used to. Is this a like a open sky road, or are we in a forested area, or what?
It's an open field that you're traveling through.
Oh, okay. Okay. And it's midday now, I guess, or something along there. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Is there a tree or a rock alongside the road?
About maybe.
About maybe. I must have missed something you said.
It's mostly just an open field. They're taking the safe route essentially to travel.
Well, what I'm getting at is I want to see like, is this person's like ability combat or combat abilities like hindered because it's daytime? Like, I want to see like if he can actually hit a target if he needs to, aim with a ranged weapon or something like that. Or because, if he can't hit a target in daylight, he's going to be fucking useless.
Well, just to be fair, Nikolai, you would understand that even if he can hit a target, you would see the value of pushing him to the front of the party to take hits. He doesn't need to be able to hit a target to get hit back.
I suppose that's true. Huh. Uh, and do I know where we're headed right now?
You
Back
weren't told
to
anything. You were being just sent to where you need to go. You don't know if that's back to Casil or elsewhere.
or elsewhere. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. So, hmm. I don't. Yeah. I don't know how much use you're going to be. I wonder if your boss has broken the deal by sending someone as seemingly less qualified than my own brother. Imagine that.
I can
Guess we'll
assure
have
you
to
that
wait to see.
that would not be the case. Lord
I
Victor
already.
holds true to his word.
Yeah, but he said he's replacing you and replacing my brother with someone who can't heal. Like we barely really have any healing abilities, and now we don't even have any now. So that's going to be great.
I am not without equipment that could help. And I'll open up my little carrying trunk thing that I have with me. I've been prepared for this travel by Lord Victor himself.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just have to see how you can handle yourself in a fight during the day.
And let's see here. Ah, here it is. And I'll go ahead and place down my little thing there. Go ahead and use my find and familiar capabilities.
You're going to try and find a familiar.
Yep. I imagine it's probably something that would be like akin from where he's from, probably something he's seen or done worked with before. What would be common critters within that realm? I guess.
So you reach out to summon a familiar, and you watch this green energy gather Nikolai as he begins to conjure something, speaking in a language you don't understand. Um, and you see the candle suddenly just go out in this circle, and you look down, expecting like some sort of powerful creature there, Angelo, and you look over Nikolai, expecting some sort of dreadful monstrosity of death that he has summoned or conjured. And you just see like this tiny little bat in this circle. In fact, it is a bumblebee bat.
What manner of creation are you? So,
Well, you
fun
It
really want to
weighs
fact.
summon
less
it.
than bumblebee bat actually weighs less than 2 grams, and it's 29 to 33 millimeters long.
Fun
And
fact.
this is supposed to do what there?
So,
So this is a real thing?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Go
And I'm
figure.
pretty sure Cayenne is going to fall in love with this little bat.
so I took pack of the chain
Yes.
and investment of the chain master. This little guy can talk with us. Or little girl, or whatever they are. So I'm just gonna go ahead and ask it a little question. What are you?
The little bat stands up, and you hear a tiny little squeaky voice. I am the dread. I am the night. I am the thing that goes bump. I am the things that other things fear in the dark.
I suppose you'll do for now. I'll hold up a finger for it to come and perch upon my hand, I guess.
It climbs up on your hand and makes its way up to your shoulder. And you look over, and it's sitting on your shoulder, almost like brooding, trying to look intimidating.
Okay. So what did you do, Angelo? What is this?
Well, if it's not evident, I am a warlock. A lot of the things I
Okay.
can do involves calling upon Lord Victor's power itself.
Huh.
Shots fired by chat. Oh my god, he summoned Scav in his true form.
This little
That's
thing
funny.
here, whatever your name is, can essentially do almost everything I can.
And the little bat looks up at you. But better.
Okay, so well, I think the wizards call this a familiar, and what us artificers would refer it to as a homunculus. And I bring out my little mantis homunculus. So like you can see through his eyes and cast your spells through it.
I can see through its eyes, cast my spells through it, but it can
Okay.
also do that as well on its own. And,
Interesting.
if need be, can actually create swarms of them.
Alrighty. Well, Cayenne's going to be interested in that little creature.
Cayenne's going to adopt this little critter away from Angelo. So the travel goes on, and eventually the cart comes to a stop, and the back door of the cart is opened. The wagon that you're in, the luxury of it has worn thin at this point because of the long travel and only the meager rations that you've gotten along the trip.
Step out, I guess.
Uh, you step out, Nikolai, and uh, you're just kind of like wondering where we are, and you see someone that you can most definitely trust. You see Osley standing there, and she's like, "Come, Nikolai."
Oh, yeah. Where are we?
We are at the gates to the Fey Court, where your sister and brother are.
Okay, finally. So did Mongo did indeed teleport them? Then, huh? That's what happened.
I don't know the details exactly. I. They can explain it when you meet up with them.
But everybody's okay.
Yes, they are
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Angela, do you climb out?
I sure do. Looking around as I do so.
You climb out of the back of the cart, and you instantly feel there's being in service to Victor, and then there is the pure domination of what you step into when you step into the presence of Osling.
Huh.
And she
Osling,
and she just
Angela.
she looks over at Angelo, and you can see how serious she looks, Nikolai, and she brings her hand up and she points and she motions to you, Angelo. And she points to the ground, and you instantly take a knee in front of her.
Angela,
Well,
this is my sister, Osling.
this is new.
And she just looks over and she just smiles coldly. He gave you an undead.
Yeah, that is true. Or at least that's what Scavard said.
Right.
Apparently, he's supposed to do whatever we tell him to.
And she motions again and allows you to stand up, but the power that she has over you, Angelo, is almost suffocating.
Fun.
And Cayenne's like, "Oh, I love that." And Osling takes you through the roads and to the house where your sister is, and she knocks on the door quietly, and you hear this, Cayenne and Mungo. Another knock on the door.
If I am not busy working on the fixing the image, I'll go answer the door.
Yeah, you open the door and Osling is standing there, and she has Nikolai in front of her, and she has Angelo behind her. And she's like, I found your brother and a lost dog.
You guys are alive.
Cayenne's eyes are just completely locked to Angelo, and she's not blinking and watching his every single movement.
I'm pretty sure it's a similar situation there too. It's like, I don't like these two, but I will respect them. They're powerful.
Osling turns around and she looks at you directly in the eyes, and she's like, "Pay attention, dog." And as soon as she says that, you're at full attention to her, no will to pull away. You're going to behave. You're not going to betray them, or I'm going to drag you down to my personal hell. Nod if you understand.
Uh, do so. A nod.
And Osling nods a little bit, and she's like,
Um, I am glad that you're here because there is something that I would like to ask you about Alufa.
She looks over. Oh, what did she do?
She didn't do anything
Or
wrong.
didn't do? What?
It's, well, I was working on fixing something for you and Alufa, and
Okay.
Me and Mongo inadvertently found something that belonged to her parents. I didn't know if it was a
She,
sore subject of hers.
Alufa loves her parents very much, but she prefers me to handle things associated to her parents, as it's still a depressing subject matter for her to deal with, the fact that she didn't get to see them to the very end.
And that is very sad. We had a couple of questions in regard to her parents based on what we found. Like, I'll let Mongo basically explain the gist of it.
Well, let's go inside where it's private.
Yeah.
And they all go inside, Angela, and you realize you haven't been invited in, so you're like stuck at the door.
That's funny. That is funny.
Cayenne's probably not caught on to she has to do that.
Cayenne, do a nature. Uh, you're just kind of standing there like, I can't come in until I'm invited.
Yeah, that's a 1 for nature, so definitely not.
Alrighty.
All she knows is something's unnatural. That's it. There we go.
Uh,
Says asshole outside.
you head back inside, and you literally slam the door in his face. And you pause for a moment, Cayenne, as you're standing there. You slowly turn for a moment, and you realize you slammed your tail in the door.
Hmm.
Oh,
It's fine.
that would hurt. That would hurt bad.
As many times as I've bruised my tailbone, yeah, it would.
So I guess you open the door and you just kind of see him still standing there, not having come inside yet.
Are you just going to stand there?
I can't enter unless I'm invited in. I'm a Damphir.
Considering this is not my home, I'm gonna let Osling take that over. No, seriously, like this is not my home, so I'm not gonna be the one to invite in. If
Yeah, yeah.
it's a completely different story if it's like the actual family house.
Osling's headed in to go examine things, so you'll have to go get her. Mongo, you can throw a few jabs in there about him not being invited in because you're standing right where Cayenne is. Mongo, as you look around for the dog, you hear something and you look over. And you see something catches your eye like a cat would, and your tail perks up and your ears perk up. And you see this tiny little bat jumping over the threshold. I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. I am the dread, I am the fear.
Actually, I don't think we even have a name for this little guy.
Fear me, mortal, as I am the immortal dread that haunts your dreams. Way too cute.
Bumblebee bat. Huh? No, look at that thing.
This I would call this little thing Biddy.
Biddy.
Biddy. Biddy.
It's so small. So yeah, you can go talk to Osling as she's already starting to look at the books.
Hey, Osling, I didn't know that they needed to be invited in.
Oh, that's right, undead vampire of sort. Right. Well, there are rules regarding the inviting in. Generally speaking, you can, when you invite one in, you can specify which rooms that they can go in. Or you can simply put them in a room and surround the entryway with salt where they won't be able to exit. Hmm. That is a problem. Well, I have a solution for the moment. She walks back to the front door and you're suddenly, and you're looking back at this person that actually puts a little bit of fear into you, Angelo. And she brings her hand up and she taps your forehead and you fall backward. It feels like you're falling through water as you're just floating in a black void.
Huh.
You've been thrown into a
And-
sleep deprivation tank.
You just watch him fall backwards, Cayenne, and just disappear into the air. And she's like, "It's gonna take him a little while to get to my realm, so we have time to talk."
Okay. All right, Mongo. You're not gonna get stabbed.
Nikolai, you can start doing investigations on things. Or are you looking at that little bat?
I'm looking at the bat right now.
Okay.
Like literally. It's like, take some time and draw a picture of it, I guess.
Yeah. So what's going on? Hold on, Mongo. There's no such thing as a wizard school of the profane or the divine. She looks at it and she's like, huh.
And those symbols in the painting aren't holy symbols. Apparently, there's symbols for each different school.
So, my wife's parents, you say, actually partaked in schools that don't exist.
Balance is important. Well, yeah, it goes without saying. Like, you know, yeah, you can have all the water you want to drink, or and more so, but if you can't breathe, that's bad.
Mongo. She picks it up and starts looking through the journal. And she holds it out to you, Mongo. I give you permission to read this. You have permission to, Cayenne. Find details, information. This could be important. As far as I know, speaking to some other deities, it is okay for wizards to worship gods. However, there seems to be, I don't know how to explain it. They're not permitted to be like paladins or clerics. It's kind of forsaken.
Makes sense.
It, I mean, it could be a part of the puzzle. If you have an imbalance in one area, it would lead to an imbalance of another area and basically a cascading effect of, say, like an avalanche of snow.
Why exactly? What exactly would be the problem with that, though?
For every life that Cayenne brings into the world and permits to exist, I have to take them out. For a person that she allows to find peace, I have to make people suffer.
So the scale gets moved every time the balance gets tipped a little bit, so you can be just good enough to still skate through, and that list of things that make you evil are smaller because good is too powerful. That doesn't make any sense.
How souls are judged is not my area of expertise. I'm literally just hell and vengeance. Now, the Lady of Blood, if you want to know about judgment, she would be the one that you would ask.
Hmm. It's interesting because the world's so bad, the little bit of good is a little bit of good in a person is enough to let them come come through. Okay.
The world right now, Cayenne could feel it. She has technically more power than I do because there's so much good in the world right now.
I still don't see how that's a problem. Yeah, I get the concept, but I don't see why it would be a bad thing for the world to be good.
Nikolai, question for you.
Hmm.
How do you make progress forward if you don't have life or, well, death, fear, dread, suffering? Overcoming those things helps you find hope in the good emotions to progress. If there's no opposing force, there's no progress forward and things fall apart.
Ah, complacency. Become too complacent with comfort. The slightest problem becomes a bigger problem. I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Everybody needs to have strife to find something to uh, promote development, I guess. Just born into this world without having to lift a finger, as is often derided by us because of us nobles. We're terrible people.
You guys may not realize this, but even though that I've been a deity slightly longer than my sister, because of what Mongo is pointing out, this could be a cause from what I've seen. I visited the temple, and Cayenne already has a small shrine there. She already has people that look to worship her and seek her out.
Huh. Well, not just the goblins, huh?
No, my followers are found to people that just strictly pray to me and then carry my name. There's really not a lot of things out there for me to have an anchor.
Hmm. Interesting.
So, what does this mean for you, Cayenne, in your deal with Victor?
I'm just I'm just worried that this deal is I just worry that this deal was a mistake and the outcome will be very bad. But from what I've realized is that the deal that was made with Victor is purely a mission of him learning to be better, to grow and mature, which sounds very odd, but even when he very vocally stated that was the whole reason for the contract in the beginning, there was no deception in his words. He was completely truthful. The only thing is in for safe passage here to get to where we need to go to ask our questions. Um, essentially, I am to vouch for Victor in the city of the gods to have him reinstated.
Mongo, do a wisdom for me. Osline looks over and she's like, that's actually interesting because if I can't throw my word behind yours because I'm profane. But you can put in a word for Victor because you're divine.
That's just odd to me.
Hmm.
What was that? 5 on wisdom? Do an investigation for me.
I guess, Cayenne, it's all about, coming up with a good argument along the lines of what we've been talking about, the clarification that Osling helped me understand myself.
Yeah.
Nikolai, do a wisdom for me. Cool.
He said wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe modified 20.
So you start looking through the journal now that you have permission there, Mongo. Kind of tuning out of the conversation a little bit to get your research on and see if there's anything in here. Um, as you think about things there, Nikolai, and the conversation that's going on, and having spent a longer time in the realm of dread in Victor's presence, uh, you kind of come to a realization. I'm going to send you a message.
Then a message to moi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Where's the little bitty bat at?
he's currently just chilling outside, wondering where you went on a ledge, trying to be gothic and creepy.
Yeah,
When Cayenne is
I
able
think
to
that.
see this bat, she wants to try to feed it.
Oh
She
yeah.
wants to give it a snack.
Yeah, I think Kay and Osling's onto something there. With her saying that she can't vouch for him because that would be a misbalance,
That's true.
and having a god that's not of the profane vouch for him and making a good argument as to why. I think perhaps Victor is seeing this imbalance himself.
What's crazy to me is that his words haven't been deceitful at all. When everything I've learned about him, he is deceitful. He's
Well,
the Lord of Dread. He's the Lord of Fear.
true, but we also accepted his deal to use his army because of the need. So
Yeah,
we need more army, so we accept this deal. The terms are okay. A god of dread and deceit and deception and misery maybe sees a problem and is working to solve that, and for now he has to put aside his morals to solve the problem, whereas likewise we are putting our side aside our morals of utilizing the undead to fight a war.
yeah.
This is something that we would never otherwise consider. I mean, we have a deity of the undead. We could probably have asked her, "Hey, could you raise us a bunch of dead people for our army?" And she probably could, but we would have never thought to ask that.
And not to mention, we also would not burden Osling with that either.
Aside the point, I'm just talking about
I
setting
know, I
aside
know,
your
I
your
know.
normal morals and your normal operations to solve a problem. Sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do to solve a problem.
So my question to you, Osling, do you genuinely think that making a case for him and to have him reinstated is a wise decision? Do you think that by vouching for him and potentially having him reinstated, that would give an equalizing effect to things?
I think it might be advantageous to do this. It would be beneficial for everything. I know that I speak from my side of the fence where there is a little bit of that deity jealousy that good has too much power, but intellectual wise, we need to find the proper balance again, and he might be able to do this.
That's the way I look at it. I look at it from both sides. The world needs equal good and bad. You can't have more of one versus the other. It destroys things because everything works off of each other.
Mm.
Everything does. That's just life and death and in itself.
I mean, the
There's
extremes are
success and there's
literally two
failure.
sides of the coin.
Yes.
Yeah, the extremes are literally two sides of the same coin. If there's too much good, we have no ambition, we have no drive. If there's too much bad, we have no desire. We just want it to end, which is much the same as having no ambition, no drive, no purpose.
Well, it looks like the next course of action, other than getting to our next destination to ask our questions, is for me to do my due diligence and go to a trial. Yay.
I don't envy you going to try Mongo. The core god of the emotions are the judges, essentially, of all other gods that speak on the behalf, more or less, of the god or the circle of gods, whatever. We don't know. Even there's gods that are above us. But the
But
emotion gods, but Cayenne knows, she's been to the city. The emotion gods are essentially those that she's going to go before and state her case. They're the deciders and rulers, and like, for example, I have domain over the material realm. They have domain over every realm because they influence those core things.
Because
So, hold on. You're telling me that the core emotion gods are literally fucking each other over? Yes, that was, yeah.
oh boy. It's like you gods like always like do stuff to piss people off when you could just not.
I'm sorry that I have to drag people to hell to suffer.
and I'm sorry I have to turn people into mulch sometimes.
Yeah, but you get to take people to Islam.
Yes, sometimes their stay is very brief, at least in a sentient form. Well, moving sentient form.
Oh, I get to go to heaven and find a happy place and then be reborn. Oh, I get to go to hell and find a eternal suffering. but their pain is really quite satisfying.
Or you. Yeah, yeah, it's true.
I have a
So you're
I have a proposition to make with you actually, Osling. I don't
okay.
I don't know if it's possible. At at least without consequences. But if an enemy of the family were to be sent to you, is it possible we would be able to get glimpse of at least a bit of their suffering, at least so we know they're paying for what they did? Because I don't know if we can see it in person.
No, that would actually probably unravel the two mortals in the room. I can let you know that they are suffering, but there's specifics of people that go to my realm. Those that seek vengeance and those that die by vengeance.
Hmm.
So I can lay claim to those souls. It's very rarely that I can step outside of that box and claim others.
So
It's
if we
why
want, so if we want to know one of our enemies is suffering, we need to make sure we kill them with vengeance in our heart.
that's not hard for you.
Well, that's
What was that?
Not a lot. The gods do. The gods you also worship influence where they are sent. You follow Zviping, so
Ah.
Abyssal Cat tends to lay claim for a lot of people that you probably kill, and let's just be honest that we don't want to ever be a part of that cosmic joke because you're sent into an abyssal maze where a cat chases you and eats you for your eternity.
That's pretty funny.
I think I've kept our guest outside long enough. Shall I bring him inside?
yeah.
Your house.
And she just kind of reaches up into the air and she's like, "Heel, dog," and you fall face first in front of her, Angela, onto the ground, knocking the air completely out of you.
Well, that was new. I've never. What was that? Death? I suppose I technically did die before. And that,
While you were in that abyss, Angelo, you were being dragged down further and further by ethereal hands that of all the people that you've killed.
cool.
And just think of being in the middle of the ocean and you're being dragged into Mariana's Trench. No,
Considering he's. God, how old is he? He's 100 and something. That's gotta be a lot of people.
There's a lot of people.
125
That would be
years
that
old.
first the sunlight and then getting a glimpse of the hell that awaits you is probably a little horrifying, and it's not something Victor prepared you for. This is true terror in your book.
Mm.
Osling looks over at you, Cayenne, and she speaks in the divine language. Find other deities that are on your side of the fence and see if they can help you vouch.
Who would you recommend that I would speak to next that you know of?
There would be our aunt, and you could try speaking to Victor's wife.
I was just gonna say.
She was definitely someone I was planning to speak to.
Because if there's
Is
any sort,
the Lady of Blood profane?
she's profane.
Okay.
Moridor, she is divine in nature, as she is a farrier to the other side. He's trying to get up to where it's comfy, and he has to climb, and he doesn't realize he can take the table up to get there.
Oh, I saw him. It was hilarious. I just see him rocking back and forth to get up there.
Yeah, we're gonna put a proper table there so that he can get up there and look out the window.
Hmm.
What was the name of this Victor's wife?
Moridor.
Mor Moridor? So is
Hmm.
Moridor like the cool goth chick that like everybody's cool? Like
She is goth as fuck. I mean, she is the Lady of Ravens, the Court of Crows. So Hosling just walks over and gives you a hug, Cayenne. She's like,
Giving her a hug back.
feel free to look through the books. You have my permission. Except you, dog.
should we just like keep him in the living room here? The foyer?
I mean, that's your choice. He's not my property, even though I have full domain over him because he's dead.
Yes, but this is your property, so would you prefer that we keep him in one room?
He can roam about, but he's not permitted to interact with anything. He can sleep. He can eat. Oh, no, he doesn't really eat. He's dead. Um, no, no.
I'm not that kind of undead. I'm a Damphir, technically half dead. More or less a half vampire, if you would.
Alrighty.
And she looks over at you and she's like, "You're still a dog."
Hmm. I'm gonna find a place to sit, and I'm gonna open up my book of grimoires and just start reading.
And It's his own book, so that's fine. Uh, Oslin gives you a pat on the head, Nikolai, and gives Ace a fist bump, and then gives you a scritch behind the ears, Mongo, as she heads out.
Austin, can I have a short word with you? I didn't think about asking the question before we allowed our new companion to be amongst us.
I'll make this easy.
Hmm.
Pray in your native language to me, and I will hear it.
Okay. So, all right. So you'll answer me back?
Yes, because I'm within the. Yes, I'll answer you back.
Okay. Well, it doesn't happen all the time when I pray to gods. Well, nothing happens.
And you know how much it sucks to be in a range of someone that's praying to you. It goes right past the mail system directly to the front desk.
Mm-hmm.
It's like getting slapped in the face with the paperwork, I assume.
It's like getting clotheslined in the throat.
So you can go ahead and do that. You don't even have to do a religion because you'll just.
uh, okay. Uh, pray to the deity that's standing right in front of me. All right.
Which one? There's two of them.
The one that told me to. Yeah, it's just be like,
You're gonna
so
get
as
stepped
per,
on.
so as per our conversation to know when our enemies are truly suffering, I suppose I will vanquish them in your name, and then you'll know. That's that's the question.
She heads out, and you hear a response. The vengeance lives in the heart. It doesn't need to be declared.
Ah, okay.
So, with that, we will call tonight's session, and we will get into the post-mortem. I have to find that button. There we go. We will start with the Cayenne. Let's hear your moments.
Whew. Sorry. I had gas
Yeah,
bubbles.
indigestion.
Yeah. Um, I loved the shawl. But one thing I didn't ask, but I am going to ask now, what did the brooch look like?
Oh,
Because
it
I
looks like a death. It looks like a death moth. The main
mhm.
part of it is the wings, and then
Mhm.
when you put the pin through, that's the body portion.
Okay, okay. Cuz that's what I missed cuz I was making a note of it.
Oh, that's okay.
But I loved the moth uh shawl. I loved that. Um just that really personal moment between Cayenne and her mother. Just having that one-on-one talk and then just being dragged off to have drinks. That was good.
Drinks.
Definitely have plans uh to do more with Brigitta for sure.
Yeah.
Um another thing that I really enjoyed was instructing how to use the blunts to the high elf.
That's pretty funny.
The simple
That
fact they were
poor
going to
little
eat
guy is just gonna be like.
they are going to be just they're going to forget where they are even sleeping, standing, flying, levitating,
Space.
existing. They're going to
Yeah.
forget where they're existing. They're going to forget what is existing. But just being able to learn more about um Arcana in general, especially being able to work with Mongo a lot more. That was a lot of it's a lot of fun, honestly, even if it's just doing research in the same room. Because then we can just
Yeah.
share information and then share it with and relay it with everyone else, especially if it's relevant to what we're doing. Learning that, well, realizing that Victor was truthful in genuinely wanting to change and having no nefarious reasons to this is still a mind fuck I can't get over. So I'd say those were all my favorite parts. And then, of course, just Osley going full on dominatrix on a fucking dumpier. I'm sorry, but that's just too
Poor Manny
funny to
can't get a
me.
break.
I'm sorry, but that's too funny to me because it just reminds me of Inuyasha was Sit Boy.
It also reminds me a little bit of Helsing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
What about you, Manny?
A lot of really good moments. That entire game session start with Medrium's core was pretty cool. And then finally getting introduced to Angelo was pretty awesome too.
Poor bastard comes in. He's like, "Yeah, I shop at Hot Topic," and suddenly shut down.
And then that breakdown of learning the what's the well, not really learning, but trying to figure out what Victor's angle is, what his end game is potentially gonna be. It's also pretty interesting too. It totally
What
makes
about your
sense that
little? What about
I
your
was
companion?
that little thing is gonna be so much fun. The possibilities are endless. Like one of the cool things about warlocks when they have these companions is they do so much more than people realize. They're so much fun and they're so cool. But I also think that another fun thing about all this is that play on the fact that Osleen does have domain over the dead, and because he is half dead, she has that power over him. So that's pretty cool. It's a nice little attention to detail there.
Yeah, like when we first met her, she just commanded this skeleton in a jar to get out of the jar and go bury itself.
It is her. It is her realm of control, and she is not a fan of undead being out of their place. What about you, Nikolai?
Um, I have to echo Manny's thoughts there with the putting old medium to rest. That was really cool. There's a couple things that didn't get to touch on that I wanted to do during that process because just the way it turned. The whole point of Nikolai bringing that up was to present to her father's book that he got out of the library when they were back at their home where they grew up. Um, so that would have been provided to her at some point. Um,
There'll be a
And then
time when you can present that book where it's a lot more intimate and
okay,
in person.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. But and then the whole visuals that you painted with Midram being his being put to rest and his soul being released and allowed to ascend or whatever. That was really cool. Um, and I can assure you that during the travel time that Nikolai had to deal with this undead, not very talkative person for a couple of days, he would have spent a lot of time illustrating that moment so that he could give it to Effie as a present, a thank you gift for her scrapbook or whatever it is of her illustrations and such. That was the coolest moment. Um, Mongo and Cayenne discovering that little tidbit of the balance, and then it all coming into realization with the rest of the party that although this Lord of Dread is not at all savory, he has a purpose, a reason, and perhaps it should be supported, which is kind of cool. About all I got off the top of my brain.
Tom? I think the rest of the party's in agreement to that. Got anything else there? Oh man, I love the bat. I love whenever I get to play, just create a new character on the fly like that, and that little bat is just like I can just be such a comic relief in the sense of all the like tropes of related to it. What's that?
Oh yeah, that was great. That's gonna be a.
Yep, that.
That's pretty funny. Somebody in the live chat mentioned something about the irony of a deity of trickery and debauchery taking something spoken um not intended literally, but taking it literally. Funny. It's like when someone asks someone to make them a sandwich. It's like, all right, you are now a ham sandwich. Enjoy.
Anne has invoked her divine will and married the two. She's actually to blame for something.
Mhm.
But she's not wrong about them having always been essentially married, just not officially. Let's see. The Bat, Mannequin and Bring his character, showing a little bit more of the realm of dread that it goes unseen. That's a fun one. Revealing more of the bigger plot. That's a good one. Finally letting you guys sink your teeth into the larger picture of and starting to pull the curtain back piece by piece on what is going on. I think that's actually a good one. The marriage, of course, and I really love Kyan and Mongo getting to work together because, like I said, they don't get to work together a lot on things.
It will always be a special moment that Mongo created something in Cayenne Realm, though.
Yep.
Excuse me.
That is forever immortalized. It's immortally immortalized.
The most immortal. Yeah, it's a good session, and it's be more interesting when you get your guide and you start heading towards the two goals you have here in the wilds, and I get to introduce you to my version of the wilds and how unruly and interesting it is.
Every time I go to look at Tom's camera there, I feel like I'm being interrogated with that spotlight in the background.
Yeah. All right. Let's wrap this up. So yeah, those are my moments and such. We are off next week, and we will be back the week after. So enjoy the weekend off. And we hope you are safe for the next 2 weeks, and we'll see you when we're back at the table. Say goodnight, everybody.
Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
You already know the spiel. Like, comment, subscribe. Don't forget to share us, and you all have a great night.
Yeah. As chat just said, where are you on the night of the 22nd?